All right. So, as I like to say with these things, as long as everything is working the way that it's supposed to be working, we are live. So, hello and welcome to everyone who is watching the Written in Melanin channel. Wherever this day may have found you, I'm so glad that you are here. My name is Chelsea, and I write books about black girls who aren't all that nice. And I hope you guys are having a good day. We all here, as always, to sprint, be productive, get some stuff done. So, y'all, I'm gonna be real. I just got like the nicest message on Discord, and it just like made my whole little life. And I was just like, not somebody enjoying my book. I love it. It makes me feel so happy and gushy inside. So I'm just like, I really needed that because this morning was a little funky. It was a little uneven, but I talked to my mama, and that made me feel better. And then I got this nice message about someone who loved my book, and I'm just like, you know what? We're good. This is going to be a good day. We're going to be productive. The word count went up because I did not hit my word count yesterday, so we got 3,500 words today. But that's okay because we're gonna get it, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be wonderful. So, shout out to Benjamin. He was first. So, well, hello, welcome. Leia is here. La is here. Welcome. How are y'all doing? Let me know what y'all are working on. First sprint will start 10 minutes after the hour. Let people get in, get situated, get everything that they need together. And yeah, we're going to get into this. Just so you guys know, today is Wednesday. So Amanda is probably going to be hopping on to join me, but she's on Pacific time. So it's like super early for her right now. So she'll probably hop on later on into our sprints. But yeah, we are going to get this done. So yeah, what are y'all goals for today? What are you trying to accomplish? As for me, myself, and I, the goal as of right now, do y'all hear Benjamin sneezing in the background? I swear it scares the crap out of me every time I hear it. And I have been living with this man for like 8 years, and I still jump every time I hear him sneeze. Oh my God. Benjamin, if you're listening, bless you. But also, y'all. Anyway, yeah. For me, I'm working on chapter 17. I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. I had like an existential crisis last night. And I was just like, I don't know if my book is good. I don't know if people are gonna like it. And I just had like a whole meltdown. So shout out to Ben for like picking up the pieces and keeping me together and being like, you're crazy. The book is gonna be great. So, but I had a moment last night. And so I was like, I've been talking to you about how much longer this book is going to be. So, but I think I've gotten to a point where I'm like, I know where this is going to end. And I'm just kind of like, if you read the first book, I hope you're still cool with me after the second. I'm going to just say that. But yeah. Other than that, yeah. So I'm working on chapter 17. There are some things that have to happen. I talked to Amanda because yeah, I think y'all know this about me. Amanda's my critique partner. So I talked to her yesterday after I was feeling like blocked or whatever. And she was like, why don't you just go with this direction? I was like, okay, bet. We're going to try that. So today I'm working on a new scene and hopefully it'll work out. But yeah. Let's see here. Mo Flames is here. Welcome. Hello. How are you doing, friend? I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're thriving. So yes. La said, I'm doing good. I'm going to work on Chaos Bar in between skating through a work meeting. Love that for you. Good luck. Good luck. Mo said, working on chapter 2 in this first draft of a novella. Sounds fun. What's your novella about? Leia said, I'm working on writing a couple chapters that fill plot holes. Ooh, that sounds fun. Cameo is also here. Hello, friend. Welcome. I hope you are having a wonderful morning. Glad you could make it because you're on Pacific time too, so it's like stupid early for you. I want to be as productive as you at some point in my life. Probably this Saturday. Oh, just so you guys know, for my Patreons. So if you are part of the Written in Melanin Patreon or the Melanin Library Patreon, I'm going to be hosting private sprints Saturday morning from like 6 to 8 a.m. So if you're like an early morning person and you're like, yeah, Chelsea, I want to get up and I want to write with you. That's what I want to do. I'm going to be hosting that. You can join either the Patreons. There are multiple tiers. 3, 5, 10, whatever makes you feel good. The money goes to supporting the Melanin Library. If you sign up for the Melanin Library Patreon, and if you sign up for my Patreon, then it goes to supporting me and my books and my writing and stuff like that. So if you want some private sprints, hop and get into it. For those of you who have been in the after chat, y'all know I'm a little less PG when I'm not on the internet for recording purposes. But yeah, feel free to jump into it if you are interested. Let's see here. Mo said, busy, busy, busy. Been in these streets pushing my Enough series. Ooh, that sounds fun. Hustling books is always like top tier. But yeah, so, ooh, that being said, we are coming up on our first sprint. Like I said, we're going to jump in 10 minutes after the hour. So we're going to keep with the 30-minute sprints. If it's been a while since you've sprinted with me, sprints are 30 minutes. I'm going to put the timer up on the screen. The timer does not make a sound. So when I start talking to you again, that means that your time is up. Time to come back, check in with the class. I will have Chill Hop playing in the background. So that'll be that. But yeah, it's 10 minutes after. So y'all know what time it is. We're going to get into it. So time on the clock, and I hope you guys are successful in this first sprint. I'll talk to you in 30 minutes. Let's get into it. All right, beautiful people, that is it for that first sprint. So come on back, let us know what you did, how you did, all of the good stuff. As for me, I got 868 words that time. So, looking good so far. Off to a pretty good start. Let me. My problem before was that I was not keeping track of what I needed to be doing. So, hopefully, I will actually remember. So, first sprint, 868 words. So, making progress. Making progress. Let's see here. How'd y'all do? Ash came in while we were writing. Good day, ma'am. I hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Mo said that her novella is a spin-off from the Enough series, Love in A Minor, an enemies to lovers story between the founder of the group and its new lead vocalist. Ooh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Let's see here. La said the presenter never showed. Meeting got canceled. Whoop whoop. We love a canceled meeting. We love a canceled meeting. So, managed to write a page. Cool. Awesome. I'm getting to a point, y'all, where I'm like, okay, I feel like this is good. I'm writing Sarah's perspective, and I was talking to Ben and Amanda separately, but I was talking about how, like, for the most part, I feel like when I'm writing Brandy's perspective, I have to be really careful because even though I like writing her perspective a lot, because of the experiences that she has and her knowledge of like the realm at large, I feel like it's very easy to like break the continuity of the story through Brandy's perspective simply because of like the things that she knows and the relationships that she has with the other characters. I feel like it's really easy to like break the continuity. Whereas with Sarah's perspective, I like writing her perspective sometimes because I feel like if you have Melanin, Sarah's perspective is kind of a comedic relief. But also, I feel like Sarah's perspective has a lot more world building in it. So I really enjoy that aspect of it because I feel like Sarah doesn't know as much about the realm as a whole. So as she's learning more things about the realm, like so is the reader. So I like writing her perspective, but the challenge with Sarah is to make sure it's not too exposition heavy. So trying to find a balance is my current struggle. But I feel like I'm writing Sarah's perspective now, and I feel like, okay, this is where I need to be. Like, this is good. It's not too exposition heavy, but it is, filling in some gaps that needed to be filled in. So yeah, let's see. Yeah. Ben said, good start. Awesome. Cameo said, making progress. Love it. Mo said, I came in at 557 words. Yes. Better get those words in. Leia said it was great for me, 445 words. Yes. Judy got 567. First of all, welcome, Judy. I'm so glad that you are here. I hope you're having a great day. And yes, y'all better get these words in. I love these word counts. That's what we're talking about. Also, y'all keep letting me sit here and I have this little 10-minute timer on. Y'all know I'll run my mouth this entire time. So let's not do that. But yeah. So I'm so glad that y'all are getting these word counts. And I'm so proud of y'all. Look at us being productive on this Wednesday afternoon. It's afternoon yet? Wednesday morning. What? Look at us. Not even noon yet. And we are being productive. I love that for us. I do. But yeah. So I was going to ask y'all, how do y'all feel like about balancing exposition versus like plot? Because I feel like there's a really delicate balance that has to be found there where it's just like, yeah, I want to tell people about the world and I want to be able to be like, oh, it's like this and this and this and this and that and that. And the gods are like this. But I'm also like, we need stuff happening. We need to be moving forward. We can't just spend like 5 chapters just talking about world building. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. So I'm trying to figure it out, but I think I'm getting somewhere, which I'm really glad for, because Lord knows yesterday was was a struggle. It was a struggle, but we made it through. So yeah, great job. I feel a little hype at this moment. I don't know why. Probably because I got that's such a lovely message. So shout out to La, because she sent me a message about my book, and it really lifted my whole spirit. And now I'm like, okay, I am not a fraud. Because really, y'all, last night I was just like, I'm a fraud. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making this up as I go along. Everybody's going to hate it. And it was not a good look. It was not a good look. The confidence was not there. And the reason I tell y'all is because I just want y'all to know that if y'all ever have imposter syndrome, like everybody has imposter syndrome. It hits sometimes and you're just like, bruh, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know. I'm just out here and I'm just making up stories. I'm just telling lies for a living and I guess I'm a roll with this, you know? Why am I doing this? Is this my purpose? And then sometimes you just need somebody to be like, yeah, this is your purpose. It's good. So some things, I really believe that everything happens for a reason and everything is on time. And I'm just kind of like, you know what? That motivation, that comment this morning, it really came on time. It really came on time because I needed it. So this is your motivation, your reminder to like that you are doing what you're supposed to be doing, that you are talented, that you need to keep writing your stories because there is someone out there who's going to appreciate it. So yeah, I'm so glad I made you happy. I just want you to know how much I appreciate your brilliance. Thank you. Like truly, genuinely, I appreciate that more than I can tell you. More than I can tell you because it was, it's one of those things, y'all, where sometimes it's just kind of like when you're talking to people, you can kind of get into this mental space, I'll say, where it's just kind of like, yeah, like, especially when you're talking to people who haven't read the book, who have no intentions of reading the book, but who kind of want to play in your face. It's just kind of like, okay, am I tripping? Am I, am I the drama? Am I the problem? And it's just kind of like, no, like sometimes you just need like an outward reminder of like, yeah, like you're good at what you're doing. And it's not, it has nothing to do with anybody else who is like wanting to, I don't want to say gaslight you, but like low key gaslight you. It's like, no, we're not going to play those games. We're not. So yeah. Also, author Kay McCoy is here. Hello, welcome. Leia said, thanks for sharing this. So true. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that happens with being an author. And I have said this before, and I will continue to say this. Being Black and an author and on the internet at the same time is so wild. Like, the experience in and of itself is so wild sometimes because the way that people will talk to you, the way that people will try to make it seem like, you know, what you're talking about isn't necessary or like, one of the things for me specifically, right, is I write stories about Black girls who aren't all that nice. And that's not to say that my characters are unlikable. It's to say that I am specifically writing characters who are not prioritizing how other people feel, and their main concern is not making other people feel comfortable around them first and foremost, right? But by definition, as a Black girl, as a Black woman, most people are going to see that and think, oh, she's not nice. Oh, she's not friendly. Oh, she's not, you know, insert appropriate adjective here. And it's just kind of like, that is really important to me. And sometimes in conversations, people will try to make it seem like, oh, well, you know, other people are writing stories like that. It's fine. And it's just kind of like, I never said that no one else was writing stories like that. I'm talking about myself and what I personally have seen and have read, especially when it comes to the realm of like traditional publishing. Because the reality of it is, you know, and I say this as an indie author, getting exposure as an indie author is a lot harder than being a traditionally published author. A lot of times you see traditionally published authors all over the internet, all over Twitter, all over Book Talk. And it's just like, I'm not saying that those books aren't good and they don't deserve, you know, all the spotlight that they're getting. But it is one of those things that sometimes, especially as a Black author, seeing some of the stories that are pushed by traditionally published Black authors, they don't really cater to the narrative of actually being written for Black people. And it's just kind of like when you say that on the internet, people get wild. And it's just like, hello, hi, my name is Chelsea. I am a Black person. And I can tell you right now that this was not written for a Black person. It just wasn't. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like there's so much nuance to conversations that people don't want to have. They want it to be Black or white. They want it to be like, okay, well, you got this, so be good with it. And I feel like I'm rambling just a little bit. But I say all that to say that, like, as an indie author and trying to promote your own stuff, sometimes it can get a little demoralizing when the stories that you write are not the stories that people say that they want. When the stories that you write are what people say that they want, but then they turn around and don't read it. And then they try to make it seem like, you are the problem. It's just been an interesting experience. So that was my rant. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I appreciate it. um, but yeah. Let's see here. Ben asked, did you get the regular book or the limited edition? I started the original way before I got the limited edition, so it was the original I finished with. Ben said, okay, you're going to go back and read the extra scenes in limited edition and the preview of book 2, or are you just going to wait till book 2 comes out? So yeah, just a reminder for anyone who is watching this now or in the future, We Are the Origin has 2 editions. There is the regular edition, We Are the Origin, that has this cover with Brandy and Freya on both sides. This is the original version. This is the version that is good for anyone, everyone. It's PG-13. There's some past tensing on page, but there is no like sex or anything inappropriate for teenagers that people tend to get like upset about. Violence, A-okay. Sex, no. So there's no sex in this book. But if you are adult, because something that I do want to make clear is my books are new adult. They are meant for an adult audience, right? So that means 18 and up, right? It has crossover to young adult because some of the themes and stuff that are in it, but it is meant for adults, okay? So just to be clear, in case anybody's like ever confused about that. In the limited edition looks like this. It has a slightly different cover, and the jacket underneath it is also a little bit different. So it has this underneath the cover. And this version is meant for adults. There are a couple of scenes in the original one that were basically fade to black. This version is not fade to black. So it's got all the juicy bits in there. And it also has a preview for book 2. So if you were curious about what made these books different, that's what it is. So yeah. Also, the limited edition is not available in libraries or bookstores. It is only available on my website, and I only have 5 copies left. And once those are gone, they're gone. I am not planning to get any more in the foreseeable future. The ebook is also available on my website. So if you just want to read what happens, you can get the limited edition ebook off of my website. But if you want the hard copy with the under jacket, it's also signed, comes with a map and the preview of book 2, then that's on my website. But yeah. But that being said, also going to plug that if you want We Are Dying Gods, if you want to pre-order that, then there's also a link to do that in the description box below. Y'all know that I sell stuff direct. So if you want the ebook, paperback, hardback, or the pre-order box, you can pre-order any of those on my website. It's also available on Amazon or Barnes & Noble if that's what you're into. And you can also request it at your local library if that's what you want to do as well. So whatever floats your boat, you can get my book however it makes you happy. So yeah. But let's see here. Mo said your rant is my rant. Thank you for saying it. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. It's interesting. It's interesting, and I will continue to say that until it's not interesting. Being Black and an author on the internet is a wild experience sometimes. Let's see here. La says she's definitely going back. Leia said, it's so pretty. It's on my list to read this year. Thanks for telling us about the limited edition. Yeah, absolutely. No problem. I had fun writing the limited edition. I don't know if there's going to be a limited edition for book 2 because writing the limited edition is like stressful in its own way, but we're not going to harp on that. It is 55 minutes after the hour. So we can go ahead and jump into the next sprint, or, I think I'll wait to the top of the hour. That way you guys can take care of whatever it is that you need to do. So if you need to get up, stretch, get some water, take some deep breaths, open a window, do that. Take care of yourself. Make sure you're doing what you need to do to stay productive. Ben already brought me water. I have some chips over here, so y'all know how I like to do. I like to snack on stream. So I will probably be doing that. And also Ben said, don't forget to like the stream. Would appreciate that if you're into it, Not telling you how to live your life or anything, but it don't hurt you none. But yeah. What was I saying? Oh, also, for the limited edition, I think I told you that, Yeah, I told y'all I only have 5 copies left, which is kind of crazy to me because I'm like, it's one of those things where I'm always like, no one's going to be interested. So I'm always like floored when people are legitimately interested in the stuff that I write because it's like, this is cool. This is really cool. But yeah. I said we were going to do top of the hour because the part of my brain that likes things like that is just like, we should wait. But there's also a part of me that's like, I kind of want to go ahead and jump into it. So yeah. I will ask you guys this because I do want to know, and if we have to talk about this on the next break, that's fine too. But how do y'all feel about pre-orders, like in general? Do you like them, or excuse me, do you like pre-orders and like when you have like pre-order merch and like exclusive stuff like that, or are you more of the mindset like just drop the book and keep it pushing? Because I know indie authors who do both, some who like live by pre-orders. Like I'm one of those people where I love a good pre-order. I like letting people know that my book is out there, they can get it, they can like throw it in their bag and like have it show up at their doorstep when it's ready. Or and there's some people who prefer to wait for the final thing. I'm curious. I'm curious. Oh, and also a reminder that if you want to see the cover for book 2, my newsletter goes out today at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you have not signed up for my newsletter, you still have time to do that. It will include the cover for book 2 and some updates in general. And it also, in my newsletter, I also share snippets of book 2 from like my favorite parts from the chapters. So yeah. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I gotta sneeze quiet because Ben sneezes so loud. We gotta balance each other out. You know, we can't be out here scaring the birds, you know? Let's see here. La said, I love pre-orders, especially when there's extra goodies. Okay. Arthur K. McCoy said, I would love to have pre-orders once I have an audience. And see, I thought that too, but even when I set up the pre-order for book 1, I still had people pre-order it, and I was like, y'all don't know me. Yeah, y'all don't know me from David's brother. Y'all, like, why? I think that was also something that I believe that I don't necessarily know if I subscribe to at this point. Just based off of my own experience. But I don't know, I might talk about that in a podcast episode. Possibly. First, bless you. Thank you. I haven't been successful with my previous pre-order launches. Hopefully this go round it will be. And see, I guess that's the other thing. Like, what makes a pre-order successful to y'all? Because honestly, I was like, boom, at least one person pre-ordered. That means I won. I won. And then I like steadily upped my goal as I went along. So I think that also depends on how you feel about it. But I would like to know, like, what's your definition of successful? As a reader who don't want to be all outside, I love I love pre-order. No, that's real though. That's real. I love pre-orders. I like supporting authors, and I love the exclusive goodies. Plus, it's better for me to get pre-orders because I'll forget. Yeah, I love exclusive stuff. Y'all can't see it because I don't have it in here. It's in the other room. But I live for a good freaking sticker or a postcard with some exclusive art, bruh. I will do the most. And one of the things that Christina Forrest does that I would absolutely love to do in the future is she's like, hey, if you request my book at your local library and you send proof, then you can also get like her pre-order merch or whatever. And I'm like, yo, that's dope. I would love to be able to do that one day. I need a couple more coins before I can, but hopefully maybe for my next series or book 3, I could do something like that. So yeah. Okay. Leia said, well, you only have 4 copies. Ah, you got a copy. Thank you. Okay. I love sending out books, y'all. I love sending them out. Okay. I'm excited. So, Ben, we got to go to the post office. But yeah, top of the hour. So we're going to get into this next sprint. Y'all already know how this works. 30 minutes on the clock. Chill, hop in the background. When you hear me talking to you again, time is up. Share with the class what you did. But yeah, hope you guys are productive. And I will talk to you in 30 minutes. Let's do this. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So, come on back. Let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. As for me, I am up to 1,492 words for the day. How about you, Amanda? Also, welcome, Amanda. Glad you get to have you on the stream.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I probably got about 200 because I discovered not necessarily a plot hole, but something that I need to clarify, otherwise it will become a plot hole.
Yeah.
A plot kink, if you, not a kink. That's not the right word. You get what I mean.
Yeah. could trip you up in the long run.
Right, right. So hopefully this next sprint will be more productive, but I realized I needed to fix a couple things before I proceeded.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Sounds good. As for me, I'm so proud of Sarah in this little scene. She's getting her first little glimpse of like, huh. So this is why people didn't like me. And it's just kind of like she's just like she's like,
We love a self-aware queen.
yeah, she's just becoming more self-aware, and it's just like, love that for you. So yeah. And also, Celeste came in while we were writing. So hello, welcome. Glad you could be here, ma'am. Let's see here. I asked you guys what success was for a pre-order, and Cameo said that success for the first book is being true to the story, and I feel like that's a success for every book. I don't know why I struggled over that so hard.
Drink some water. Have a sip of water.
Yes. Yeah, but I definitely agree with that. Also, sorry for talking through. I was trying to be like all put together while I was bringing Amanda on, but apparently I didn't mute everything that needed to be muted. So if we were talking while y'all were trying to write, apologies.
Oh man, sorry.
Okay, let's see here. La said, I'm close to finishing chapter 26. Awesome. Essie got here. Hello. Welcome. Glad you could make it. Got here just before that last sprint started. Awesome. Hope you were able to get some stuff done. Author K. McCoy said did a little revising and rereading for the last chapter. Cool. Etsy got 434 words. Leia got 709 between two sprints and done with the scene. Whoop whoop. Love that. I love finishing a scene. It feels like so accomplishing. But it's just like, cool. Got it down. On to the next one. Amanda has lots of greetings from everyone. And Ben said it wasn't a plot hole. It's just a little dip.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm only like 5 sips into my coffee because it's still 9:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So thank you, Ben, for the words. Needed help.
And Mo said this was more of a revising sprint, but added 123 words to my total. Awesome. I love that we were making progress. I love that we're agreeing with each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically like my main character arrives in purgatory, and the way that I had written it initially, she's by herself. That doesn't make any sense, right? It's purgatory. People are coming from all over the place. Souls, people die all the time. So there should be a lot of souls. So it's just figuring out, is the person that helms this carriage is he picking up souls along the way like an Uber X? Is it, that the carriage is bigger? Is it that there's only one of him, but he's able to be in multiple places at once? So it's kind of figuring out that logistics.
Yeah.
So that when she arrives, she's not the only soul. And I think that will add some more weight to the situation of her seeing all of the different people from all walks of life, all ages and whatnot,
Hmm.
like a child and an older woman and a this and that.
Yeah.
Um, so it's just kind of figuring that out. But I kind of have to just make a little bit of a note to maybe add that in later, because if I do that now, I think it'll stall me.
I got you. I mean, but that makes sense. I kind of was thinking about the same thing because obviously, you know, Brandy has a connection to Freya and the gods, but obviously when
Hmm.
someone is, you know, past tensed, as I like to say on the stream, right? They meet with the gods, but it's just like obviously there are always people who are, like you said, who are dying, and it's kind of like when do the gods have time to do this? So that's actually something that I wanted to like address in this book because it's just kind of
Mm.
like there's more to this than what Brandy is initially aware of. So I kind of want to like touch on that, especially since I mean the title of the book is called "We Are Dying Gods." So I don't want to give away too much, but like we are dying gods. There's more to it than what Brandy realizes. So I kind of want to touch on that, and I know like my reasoning for it is just kind of like there's like I don't want to say manipulation of time, but like there are aspects of time that Brandy isn't fully aware of at this point. So that being said, maybe that's something that like your carriage could be. It's just like people are always dying, so there's always a carriage going out, but it's not, and it's him, but him at different points, like kind of like Loki and how there are multiple timelines. And it's just like the same thing is
Yeah.
happening, but at different times.
I feel like that will be kind of the best because I don't want to necessarily make it where she gets in the carriage and there's somebody else there because
Mm-hmm.
I have it set up where she's like she has to experience her I am dead. What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of by herself and with obviously with her cat by
Mm-hmm.
her side. And so I don't want it to be, oh my god, I'm dead. Here's Jeff from Minnesota. What's up? Like, you know what I mean? So I'll probably have it be different timelines.
Yeah. Or you could make it like a little pocket dimension. So like whenever you enter it, it's just like that's your own little pocket of the carriage that no one else can interact with. I don't know. I think you've got options.
Yes, and I'm just gonna make a note for that and then basically start the scene where she arrives and there's just souls everywhere and have that be it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Also said Leia said that you have her wanting to make coffee, so she's gonna go start her espresso maker. So
Yeah,
thank you for
oh,
peer
that's,
pressuring.
oh my God, that sounds so good. Espresso. I just, over here with the drip coffee.
There is nothing wrong with that. And also, you guys, this is your reminder to stretch, breathe, drink some water, do whatever it is that you need to do to take care of yourself because we are going to keep sprinting. We're going to be productive. As for me, y'all know that I'm going to be on stream until I hit my word count goal. So hopefully that won't be too long since I seem to be making good progress, but we'll see how that works out. But yeah. La said the dimensional pockets are so fun. So yeah, and I have that in Chaos Bard, and it's so fun. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like I love the concept of like time and like everything is here, but it's not. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just odd. I'll accept that. But
These are all good options for
yeah,
me. So thank you, everybody. This is partially why I enjoy doing the stream is this creative flow of ideas happening.
yeah. It's always creative. It's always creative around here. Maybe that should be my slogan for Written Melanin. It's always creative here.
It's not bad.
Yeah, true, but I don't think it would work. I,
Yeah.
no. Um, I was gonna ask you guys like collectively something because Amanda, you mentioned like how you make notes and stuff to yourself to like come
Mm-hmm.
back to it, and I know that you and I are different because you're more so like you'll come back, you'll write a note to be like, come back and explain this, and I'm like, wait a
Right.
second. In my mind, I'm like, I can write a note to be like, come back and insert actual number of people, right? So our approach to like making notes for future versions of ourselves are different. So my question for the chat is like, how do you guys feel about that when like you're crafting your story? Do you prefer to like leave bigger concepts for in-depth later, or do you prefer minor concepts, or do you prefer to just not keep going and wait till you can have it all figured out at one time? I'm curious because I also know that there are like the advice on the internet at large is kind of the same thing that you do, where it's just like insert like a word. I think the word that I saw was like elephant or something in all caps into your manuscript if for anything that you need to come back to, and then when you're done, you could just search for the word elephant, and then that'll bring you straight to all the moments that you need to like switch over. I don't know if that works if you're writing about elephants, but you know, the concept is there. Basically like a safe word for your story, essentially, for you to come back to.
That would probably make sense. I have been leaving both inline and also like Google Doc kind of comments. I probably should figure out which way to do it and stick with it. I just generally write what I need to do with a scene, whether it's add people or fix this. But
Gotcha. I think for me, I always do inline only because comments, I won't go back and check them. I know this about myself. I accept that as my truth. But I'm also like, I can search for the brackets. So whatever I need to do, I always put it inside brackets in capital letters so I know to come back to it. But it always has to be minor because for me, I feel like I'm one of those people where I get stuck. Like, if I don't figure this out, I'm never going to be able to let this go. I'm never going to be able to move on and write other stuff. So I'm like, okay, I guess we'll spend the next week trying to figure this out.
yeah, I mean, you know how long it took me to figure out Saphira's death scene. But yeah, I think for me it just depends on what it is. Smaller things. So what I'm finding with this draft is that the things that I am saving for later are like the spells and some of the magic-y kind of stuff. Like the spells and then descriptions of the gods. I'm like, I can do that later. Let me just get this big plot points out. But I'm slowly hurtling to the horrific stuff. So as my critique partner, read it, you might see things like insert torture method, insert eye gouging, insert blah 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 here.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
I don't know.
That's going to be so fun.
if I can't write it at that moment, if I'm like, oh, how does this person become past tense, as you say?
Yeah.
Past tense of a past tense. Because they're already dead.
I'm so looking forward to this. Just like insert eye gouging. Okay, Amanda. That's fine. But let's see here. La said it depends on how badly the idea is nagging at me. If it halts my progression, I'll address it then. But if I can move on without issues, I'll just leave a note and come back. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Ben asks, why wouldn't you just use a symbol that doesn't belong in your manuscript, like a is that like an exponent sign? I don't know what it is. Mostly because I can tell you why I don't use symbols like that, and that's because I don't know where that's on the keyboard. And if I have to find the symbol on the keyboard, that's going to completely break my train of thought because I'm be like, nah. Whereas brackets, I'm just like brackets, type in what I need to remember and then leave it at that. And also because I need to remember this because future Chelsea is not going to remember what that symbol means. Like, okay, and what like help me help you. That would be my future self talking to my past self. Help me help you. What does this mean?
Right.
Let's see here. Leia said, I make tiny comments all over my scenes, and when I edit, I fill it in, like science or dialogue I'm struggling with. Otherwise, I get so stuck. That's fair. I respect y'all who can do science, because I need y'all to know this about Amanda. I respect this so much about her. She does so much research for her stuff, and I'm just like, how, Slay? I can't. She puts everything together, and she's so organized, and she's so detailed, and I'm just like, it's not me. It's not my life. I'm not built for it. But yeah, so kudos to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's see here. I honestly haven't thought of including a safe word in my stories. Usually just highlight the word or sentence and add in a minor thought in the parentheses. Okay, that's fair. I use TK, go back at the end of each chapter and make changes. I tend to learn a lot during these. What does TK mean? I don't know what that means. TK edits.
To
The,
to come, I think.
huh?
I think it means to, like, to come. Like, it's like a journalistic TK, but I could be wrong. That's what I always thought. But then I wondered what the K was. We can Google it.
We could, but we have to get into our next sprint. So we're 46. We're supposed to start the next sprint at 45. So, let
To
us.
come. It's a printing and journalism reference, commonly abbreviated TK.
Look at her with those Google skills. Okay. Okay. Mo said, I wouldn't be able to move on. Worst case, I'd have a highlight in the text, but not a save for it. That's fair. I guess you would have to know what works for you and what doesn't. Yeah. Yeah. So, that being said, you guys, our break time is up. We are going to go ahead and jump into this next sprint if y'all are ready. 30 minutes on the clock. As y'all know, it doesn't make a sound. So when I start talking to you again, that means your time is up. Chill Hop will be in the background. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and get into this. Happy sprinting, everyone. All right, beautiful people. That is it for that sprint. So, let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. And yeah, let's see here. I am currently up to 2,151 words for the day. So, well on the way to meeting that 3,500 word goal, and making progress. So, yeah. How about you, Amanda?
More cobbling together, so I haven't really kept track of my word count so far, but I think I am making it.
Not the harmonizing.
Yeah.
Progress.
This
That's
is
what
gonna
matters.
be, yeah, a fun draft.
That's all we can ask for. That's all we can ever ask for. I feel like I know that I'm probably going to have to go back and like clean up some stuff in this scene, but for the most part, I'm really enjoying it. I am enjoying the character that is Mara and kind of how she is, because not really a spoiler, but just something to be aware of. She's mentioned a couple of times in the first book, but it's never like she never makes an appearance on screen, but she makes an appearance on screen in this book, on page, on screen, on page. Y'all know what I mean. She's actually here in this book,
Right.
and kind of fleshing out the relationship that she has is with everyone is fun because she's kind of an outlier, but not in the same way that Sarah is, if that makes sense. So
Yeah.
it's been kind of interesting just watching the two of them interact with each other, and I'm having a great time with it, honestly. I don't know. I think some people are just more inherently interesting than others, and I feel like Mara is one of those characters where she's really interesting. And then also Pine gets more screen time in this book, and I'm also just like I love that for her.
Yeah. You know I love Pine, so I'm excited about that. Yeah, I think all of this sounds great. I'm, you know, very excited to read your book. So
Thank you. I'm excited to read
I
yours
have,
too. I just have to prepare myself for the eye gouging.
well, the different torture methods, yes. Gird your loins, as they say.
Yeah, but I think it'll be great. And honestly, I don't know. I feel like as a writer, when you are having fun and you're enjoying it, I feel like that it's such a weird thing to say, but I feel like that like gets imprinted on the words on the page in a way. Like if
Mhm.
you enjoy it and you're having fun, I feel like the people who read it will also enjoy it and have fun with it. You know? That's just
Yeah,
my little take on it.
I agree. So what do you think about this? Because, there's all this talk. Obviously, we know that you do a first draft and then you go and do, in my mind, at minimum, at least one other draft. I feel like for some authors it's more, some it's two, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But there's kind of this blanket, the first draft is the zero draft, the brain dump, the vomit draft, this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And in my mind, I like that because on one hand it takes away the pressure to make this the best,
Mm-hmm.
but I also think that it kind of allows you to, I don't want to say slip, but it kind of does make it seem like none of what you have in the first draft will make it to the end. And there are some scenes that I write in the first draft that I'm like, this is fucking, sorry, freaking great. And this is pretty much as is. Aside from grammar, spelling, this is going to be what makes it into the final draft.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think? Do you think that the first draft is just pure garbage, or do you think it's a good mix of both, and writers should just it should basically not be about pressure. It's like a no pressure draft versus a vomit draft.
I think. Ooh, I feel like this is a nuanced question because I
Mm-hmm.
think there are definitely some people out there who need the no pressure of a zero draft, like just get it out, throw it out there. And I
Mm-hmm.
think if you're going through the process of like if you're and you know that you're like a fast drafter, right? Where you just draft the first one, you don't go back, you don't read anything, like you just get it out. Then I think yeah, that's the way to go. But I also think that for a lot of the writing community, that blanket advice is kind of thrown at everyone, no matter who you are, no
Mm-hmm.
matter how you write, no matter what your process is. And it's like if you don't have a zero draft, you're doing it wrong. And I'm one of those people where it's just like I don't function that way. And for the longest time I thought I was like weird and abnormal because I'm like I can't just like rush through everything and just get it out and then go back to the beginning. My brain like does not allow me to do that because I'm like I don't want to sit here and pour all this time and effort and energy and like time into writing this draft just to know that okay I'm going to have to go back and basically trash it and nothing in here is going to make it into the final draft because my brain is like if it's not going to make it into the final draft it has no chance of making it into the final draft. Why am I writing it? And for some people it's just like you have to get through the bad to get to the good, but then there are also people who are like let's just slow this down and let's figure this out. I think of it kind of like coffee, right? There are some people who are drip coffee, right? Throw the grounds in there, throw the water in there, press the button, let's go. We don't have time for fancy, right? And then there are some
Mm-hmm.
people who are like frappes, right? And lattes and like espresso, where it's just like there's a little bit more to this. You have to slow it down. The process takes a little bit longer, but the outcome is going to be exactly what you want the first time. There's nothing else that you have to do to it in order to like make it what you want. And I don't think there is anything inherently wrong with either process, but I think the idea that you have to have the zero draft, I don't necessarily agree with that because like for me obviously like I'm drafting I don't want to say like the first draft but like the first draft of We Are Dying Gods right now,
Mm-hmm.
right? But also I'm not planning to like go back and completely trash this and start all over again,
Yeah.
like I rewrite things as necessary, and I've talked to you about this, and I've talked about it a little bit on stream, but I rewrite things as I go. So if I run across a scene and I'm just like, this doesn't work, instead of waiting until I get all the way to the end of the book to be like, okay, let's change this, then I just go ahead and change it in that moment. Because I think the other thing
Yeah.
is like they're like books are ripple effects, right? If something happens in chapter 1 or chapter 2 or chapter 5 and you've got 35 chapters, like drastically changing something at that point means you have to redraft the entire book, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I try to avoid that at all costs. Like that's stressful. I feel like that's so stressful. And I feel like it would be really hard to make a timeline based on that because it's just like, if you know that, like, for me, right? I know that for the most part, a 110,000 word novel, that's how long We Are the Origin is, that's how long We Are Dying Gods is planning to be. That takes me roughly 5 months of like not being like just regular, not stressing myself. It takes about 5 months between planning it out, writing it, rewriting what I need to, getting the feedback that I need, and getting to a draft that I'm happy with. 5 months, right? I feel like if you have to constantly write the draft and go back to the beginning, I don't know. I feel like it'd be really hard to figure out how long your process would take you and create a timeline to work backwards from to be like realistically, I can get this book out by this time because you never know which draft is going to be the one where you have to go back to the beginning. That was a rant,
Yeah.
but I get kind of passionate about that.
No, that makes sense. I think, I read this that tweet to you where this author had said that he wrote, was it like 70, 80,000 words in 24 days? Like he wrote a full first draft in 24 days, which isn't even NaNoWriMo, which at the very least is 30 days and it's only 50,000 words. But he said that while it was a good experience and that it helped him prioritize his writing, set boundaries with other people, with himself included, just to get in the chair, he said that when he was revising it, he didn't remember entire scenes because he had been so fixated on writing it. Also, he had COVID, but he had been so fixated on writing it that when he went to read it, it was like it was written by a stranger. And I guess on one hand, if that helps you to remove yourself from the work in that way, to then be more exacting when you're revising it, I could see how that would work. But I also think that I don't want so much distance from my work that I'm reading it and going, I have no emotional connection to this at all.
Right.
Like, because to me, those are the things that I'm more able to get rid of. Like, oh, I have no emotional connection to this character or this scene or this word. Let me get rid of it. But the whole thing, no. Then I'm like, why am I even doing this if I don't feel a way about what I'm putting out?
Yeah.
I just think there's levels to it for sure.
I absolutely agree. And I also think there is a level of like as you grow as an author, things change. And I feel like when you are newer to being an author, getting that first draft out is necessary. So I will also say that what I said about, rewriting as you go along and like how I know that this isn't I'm not going to completely rewrite We Are Dying Gods from what it is right now. I also feel like that's because I have been writing for a long time. I've been writing since I was 13. So it's just kind of like over that time I've kind of learned myself and my process. But even then it wasn't until I was like, okay, I'm really writing to publish something that I was like, okay, I can figure this out, because I've said this several times, but with like We Are the Origin, I got rid of like completed novel versions of that book before I got to the final version. Like I got rid of 40,000, 60,000, 70,000 word drafts because it was just like, this isn't what I wanted. And I can say that the ultimate version that it became that I published, I wouldn't have gotten to that if I hadn't written those versions of the story. But I also think that as you get better at your writing process and you know yourself a little bit better, it's a little bit easier to be like, okay, this is what I know I want in my story. This is my
Yeah.
voice. I feel like fast drafting in a lot of ways for newer authors, it's just so you find your voice until you can find what works for you. Because even now, I'm sure you experience this too, Amanda. Like by the time you get to the end of your book and you go back to edit the beginning, it feels different because you've gotten better at writing as you've been writing. So it's just kind of like, I feel like it's a constant cycle of, oh, I'm getting better at this as I'm doing this, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the more you do something, the stronger you become, your writing muscle or whatever becomes. So, yeah, I definitely can see how you would even have an evolution from the first chapter of one project or, this book to the end. I just think yeah, I think for me I want to settle on the no pressure draft. I feel like that just makes the most sense because really that to me is the most important part of getting the first draft, is just not putting pressure on myself to make it ready for people to read for like mass consumption.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because then I think that is the main thing that gets me anxious. It's not can I communicate this idea? I know I can because I've done it multiple times. It's how will this be received? So I think it's a matter of thinking about what are you anxious about when you're drafting and how can you overcome that to just get it done.
Yeah, and I think that's what the advice is meant for initially, where it's just like just get it out there. Don't worry about it. Like you said, that no pressure. I also think that you have to if like for me it's the opposite. Doing a no pressure draft stresses me out to like no end cuz I'm like wait a second. No, cuz my brain is like don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm like I have to worry about it. Like I can't leave it what it is. Like I have a 60,000 word novel. It's like a it's just like a little fluffy little romance, right? A new adult romance, college kids, they're doing like a baking competition together or whatever. And it's cute. It's whatever. But I'm like, it was just a fast draft and I literally cannot allow my brain to go back and edit it because I'm just like I would have to do the whole thing over again and I don't want to. I refuse. But that's just me. That's my kryptonite. That's what makes me weak. I can't. The idea of having to do something. And I think it's one of those things where, I don't know, I grew up hearing like if you don't have time to do it right, you have time to do it twice. And it's just kind of like she doesn't have time to do it twice. No, she can't. She can't. So, and that's like so internalized. I can't. I can't. But um that being said, I did not forget about you guys in the comments. So let's see here. What did we accomplish this sprint? Cameo got through more edits. Leia did more editing as well. Arthur K. McCoy got 119 words and another round of drama. Ooh, love drama. Ben, reminding y'all to like the stream if you haven't already because it doesn't hurt you. Halfway through the scene at 170 words, that was Mo, and going to refill her cup with ice water. So this is your reminder: stretch, break, drink your water. Do whatever it is that you need to do to make sure that you are a well taken care of human being. And a couple people chimed in on our conversation. Ben said, once you write a lot, you can get pretty attached to the words, which can make it harder to remove some things that need to be removed. At the same time, if you correct as you go along, you might always be correcting and never finish. So finding that balance is important. Ash said, I have to get it out. Sometimes the plotting process can cover everything enough to have a workable first draft, but still have to write it again. Yeah. Cameo said, I think of them as tilling drafts that help me to prepare the story I want to tell. So, I mean, I feel like everybody has their own process. Because, like, even for me, even though I say I don't write a zero draft, because I don't necessarily, I do a lot of rewriting as I go along. So it's like, by the time I get to a version that I'm ready to send to you, Amanda, or to, like, Ben, or anyone else for feedback, I've already rewritten it, like, 3 times, if that makes sense. It's just, the draft is at different points of rewriting? Different points of rewriting. Yeah. As I'm going along, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I just think, to your point, everybody has a process, and that's what works for you. For me, I can do that with certain things, but if I were to go back and try to rewrite everything, then I would, like Ben said, be constantly correcting. Like, just now I was, as I was cobbling things together, I realized that I described what the sky looks like twice in the same scene and went, okay, girl, this is excessive. So I got rid of the second mention. So little things like that where I can go quickly remove the text or fix it, make it tighter, cool. But as far as bigger scenes, like there's a dinner scene with Saphira and her future in-laws that's supposed to be a little tense. I know I need to go back and kind of fix things and whatever. I don't have time to worry about that right now. Like, if I go back, then that's where I'm going to live, and I need to get to the hell. She needs to get to hell. I need to introduce the other characters.
I got you. And see, my process is, like, I have a graveyard. I think I've talked about this several times, but, like, even when I get rid of things, like, I never truly just send it into the ether. Like, I just move it to the graveyard. And, like, recently, I would say, like, earlier this week, yesterday maybe even, I don't know, but it was just, like, I wrote this scene, and it had Tara and Brandy in it. And the way that I wrote Tara's character, like I said on stream, like, she read too much like Sarah, and her actions and like what happens, like, it's a ripple effect. It determines what happens next in the story. And I was just like, if I leave this like this, I can't get to the next point of the story because it's not going to make any cohesive sense. And for me, it's a lot harder to go back and like write in the middle, whereas like I have to connect to this previous piece and to this future piece, and I have to write it so that it makes sense and lines up. But I'm like, if there is no future piece yet, I can just rewrite this into whatever it needs to be and give it space to breathe. So that's why a lot of times, like, I start with like a negative 1,000 some odd words for the day, because I'm like, I got to get rid of this entire scene. Is it stressful? Absolutely. Does it make me doubt myself? Absolutely. Because I'm like, Chelsea, what are we doing? Why? Like, we just hit our word count yesterday. Why are we doing this to ourselves? But ultimately, I think it works for my process. But I feel like we could talk about this forever. So I'm gonna stop. But
Yep.
um, let's see here. Author Kate McCoy said the discipline that must take to remove yourself completely from your work to edit. I don't want that. Let me feel what I feel throughout my writing process. Agreed. Agreed. So, that being said, you guys, it is 38. So we'll start the next sprint 40 minutes after the hour. So go ahead and get your notes together, get your pens ready, get your, I don't know, inkwell for your feather pens, whatever makes you happy. And yeah, let's get ready to jump back into this. As of right now, I think maybe we have maybe about two more. Well, I have two more sprints.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you're available, but that's kind of what I'm feeling right now, especially if I can keep this pace. So we will see. We will see. But I'm going to keep streaming until I hit my word count goal. So hopefully the goal for today is honestly to like go a little bit past it, because the way this encroaching deadline is stressing me out, it's not cute. It's not cute. So I'm thinking I need to get a little ahead if possible. But
Yeah, I mean, I'm free and I am in the same boat as you. I need to make some good traction on this and a couple other things, but I'm here for a good time and a long time.
hey,
So here we are.
here we are. So yeah, we'll play it by ear. Let me know how you guys are feeling. And we'll kind of just go with the vibes after that. But yeah, and ooh, brain stopped. Oh, and let me know if you guys do need to switch. I know we're doing 30-minute sprints, and I said this at the beginning, but that was a couple hours ago. So if you guys need shorter sprints, longer sprints, let me know. We can adjust. But if not, we'll stick with 30 minutes unless somebody says anything different. So that being said, 40 minutes after the hour, we're going to put 30 minutes on the clock. Chill hop in the background. And when I start talking to you again, that means that your time is up. So hope you guys are productive, and we'll talk in 30 minutes. Happy sprinting, everyone.
Happy sprinting.
right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. Let's see here. I have to do some math. But okay. I got 713 words that sprint, and I'm up to 2,864 words so far. So, more than halfway there. 81% of the way to today's goal. So, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it at all.
Yeah, let me do a little math right quick.
How about y'all? How did y'all do? Let us know in the chat.
727.
Awesome. Sounds like you're picking up momentum.
Hopefully.
You got this. You got this. I am really excited because I just got through a scene with Mara, and now I'm working on the scene with Pine, and I know what's coming next, and she's just so chaotic, and I'm living for it. I am so ready, and it's a scene where it's just her and Sarah, so it's going to be interesting because, you know, if you read book 1, you know, Brandy was the one who kind of kept the peace last time, so this will be fun. This will be fun. Let's see here. Law said continued the brainstorming from the last sprint. Cool. Patty came in while we were sprinting, so hello, welcome. Esther said lunch has been eaten and going back to drafting my historical fantasy novel. Author Kay McCoy said got another 230 words in, but got to get back to work. So hope you have a wonderful, beautiful day. Thank you for sprinting with us, and hopefully we'll see you. I'll be back tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully I'll see you then. But yeah, and let's see here. Relive Listen got 126 words. Love it. Ash got 292, and Ben said that I have less than 700 words to hit my goal for today, which love that. Because honestly, y'all, I need a win. I do. I'm feeling a little better, but yesterday was rough. Yesterday was not it. And I say this, y'all really need to have like community. And Amanda and I talk about this all the time, both to like together in our separate mediums. Slight plug, if you're not following Amanda, please go subscribe to her channel and follow her on her socials. There is, I don't know if there's a link in the description box, but she is one of the featured channels on my channel. So go check her out. She's amazing and she does awesome content. But I say that to say that having a community is so important because like yesterday I wasn't feeling it. Is that the chip that I was looking for? Nope. Sorry, y'all. I was eating chips, and y'all know how like you eat a chip and it just kind of like shatters everywhere, and I'm just like, oh, that's fun. So now I have to go get the vacuum cleaner and vacuum up my area because I was just like, that's great. So, but distracted. Community. It's important because I don't know. I was having a day yesterday. I was having a moment, and like talking to you, Amanda, and then talking to Ben. It was just kind of like, yeah, I kind of needed that pick me up, like really and truly, because sometimes you just need someone to say, like, you got this. It's fine. It's just the stress talking. Like, you don't really believe this. You're good, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Happens
Yeah,
to the best of us.
It's been helpful, especially since I've been going down this full-time author, part-time Fiverr worker road. I've been extremely stressed the last almost month. So it's been really great having people in my corner because I have been waking up anxious 90% of this entire month. So
it sneaks up on you. It does. And you're just like, sometimes you have to just remind yourself and be like, nah, I'm good. I am that person. Fill in the word as you need necessary to motivate yourself. But like, I did the thing. I've done the thing, and I'm going to continue doing the thing, and I'm going to do it well. You know? Sometimes you need that, but also it's helpful to hear it from somebody else. So, Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Patty said, I was doing good 230 odd words in a Casanova scene. Unfortunately, in my ex scene popped up and then had to hunt down two Greek gods' names for this new scenes. Ah, the rabbit hole. We gotta appreciate it. Shows up at the most unsuspecting times and we fall down it. But at least you got 230 words, so love that. And Mo said didn't count this time since I spent time editing, revising. Hopefully, we'll do more next round. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Um, yeah, yeah. I'm just, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good about this scene. I really hope you like it. I feel like this chapter 17 is going to be the one that you really like, Amanda, because I feel like it has so many characters that like you personally are just like, oh, okay, this will work. I feel like you'll really like Mara. I don't think you've gotten to the part where she's really been introduced yet, but
Mm-mm. I haven't, but I'm excited. Uh, obviously I love my girl Brandy, but I love Noble and Pine are kind of two of my other faves.
mm-hmm.
Obviously Jack, but in terms of like Jack's spoken for,
Yeah.
so I'll take Noble. Please and thank you. Also Pine.
Yeah.
So
I love them. They're both completely chaotic, and Noble's just like, I love it. I was talking to Ben about Noble, and what did I say about him? Because I've said it before, like Noble's a fountain, everybody can get a drink, right? But also I was like, Noble's like the wind. He doesn't stay in one place, but everybody can feel it. It's fine. He's just that's who he is. And I love that for him. He's fun, he's chaotic in the best ways, and Sarah's just over here like, pay attention to me. You guys don't watch anime, but there's like this meme that's like, notice me senpai, and Sarah's just like, notice me senpai, and Noble's like, no. No thank you.
so far I think that the scene with Sarah and the two boys when they're all talking and Noble gets them together, that's one of my favorite scenes of him in this book so far. Because it's just so casual threat. Like
It's just casual violence.
yeah, like to me Noble's that like jolly, hey, flirtatious but can switch on a dime to being a killer. And I kind of really
Yeah.
I like that about him, that it's just you know.
It's like, he will break your back in more ways than one.
If you do fan art, can that be his tagline? Like, if you commission art and, have all of them drawn, that could be his, like, Noble. He could break your back in more ways than one. Pine. She knows poisons. Something, obviously something better. But a play on, like, her use
Yeah.
of poison.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. If I ever commission all of them, because like that's one of the things that I kind of would love is just like how I think it was like the Soul Conductors by Nicole Glover. I think she had like cards, individual like cards for all of her characters, and they were like collectible. So like if you did stuff at like different locations, you got the cards for each of the characters, and it had like something written on the back about them, like their little personality or whatever. And I just thought that was really cute. It sounded fun, and I was just like, I would love to be able to like do that for Brandy and Noble and Jack and Pine and like the gods. I feel like that would be fun. That would be really fun. But also, I'm like, I know a lot of people use like AI to do stuff like that, and I'm just kind of like, I don't want to use AI for art. I don't. Like, I think it's cool, but I also am of the mindset where I'm just like, I don't know. I am, whether it's an unpopular opinion or not, I'm just kind of like, I don't want AI to replace actual people for art, right? Because I saw this tweet where it's just like, people want to create art, they don't want to do work. So why would you take away the thing that they actually want to do and replace it with AI? And I was just like, that makes sense. And also, I feel like getting black characters to look exactly the way that you want to is a little bit more time consuming than what I would want to go down the rabbit hole because Noble has a very specific look in my mind. And I'm like, I don't know how we would describe this
Do
to
you
get this.
do you have like fan cast for the larger group? Like, would you have an idea a celebrity or singer or whomever who Noble would look like?
I really don't because I don't watch TV and I feel like that's so lame because like when I do like interviews and stuff, they always like, so who's your fan cast? I was like, I don't know. I don't know because I'm like in anime, like they just draw whatever it is that you write, and so like that's how I imagined him, if that makes sense. But I don't know. I feel like if I had to, it would be like early 2000s version of Taylor Lautner, I guess. Like Jacob from Twilight in Twilight era.
You're talking about the muscular version of Jacob?
Yeah, not the current
Not like
version of Taylor Lautner. Like not comedian Taylor Lautner, like action version martial artist Taylor Lautner could like jump around and do parkour and stuff. That version with like lighter hair. If I had to like pick someone.
that is not the look I would have gone for, but cool. Okay. I can see it.
That's like if I had to say something like off the top of my head, but like in truth, I'm just like I don't know. I just felt like the one of my things that I love about anime is just like everybody has like all these different color hair and all these different color personalities or whatever, but they're always like so cute. And I'm just like, yeah, let's have black characters, but like let's give them like colorful features that you don't necessarily see because one of the things that I won't say bothers me, but one of the things that I would love to see more, just in fiction in general, is just like let black people be creative with their looks. Like let them wear colored contacts or have different color eyes. Because I'm like, this is fiction. If you're plain Jane, Bella Swan looking girl can be the it girl in this town simply for existing, this black girl can be beautiful and have green eyes. Like we can make that happen. You know, it's all fiction anyway. But that's just yeah. That's how I feel. Like let them have pink hair. So that's why Tara has silver hair, but she dyes it. Like that's like in my mind that's like canon for her. Like she dyes her hair multiple colors because it's already super light colored, you know? And it's
Ugh,
just
the advantage of just not having to freaking strip your hair
to not have to lighten
of,
it, right?
yeah, to like bleach it to lighten it and strip it of all of its like nutrients and shit just to go pink.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just that like Pine has hazel eyes, Cedric has violet eyes, and Noble has silver hair. So it's just like we're gonna have colors, and I wanted it to be a thing as well where it's just like. Yeah, you can kind of look at someone and kind of tell where they come from, but there are also people like Sal who is just like he's a quarter Rothian and 3/4 Asarian, but he basically looks like and acts like a Rothian because of how he was raised and where he's from. So it's just kind of like I didn't want it to be like oh you're this kind of person, whereas that kind of division that we have like in real life where it's just like oh you're this person and I don't deal with this type of person. I didn't necessarily want to add that into the book, but that's a whole other conversation. But except for Jack. Jack is special because he doesn't like Asarians, and that is just because of the gods. But anyway, anyway, let's see here. Oh, I missed all of this. Let's see here. Ash said you can't own it and AI is never consistent. Read Love Listen said the AI never looks right, plus the features and hands always look weird. I just had to bookmark many artists page. Yeah. That's also true. Yeah, I saw this one y'all know how like the people, the bots on Twitter, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm an artist, reach out to me." I saw an AI art and the little baby had like 5 fingers and I was like, "Ooh, that's creepy as all get out. Let's not."
Wait. 5 finger? You mean
No,
more
6.
than 5 fingers?
6 fingers. They had like it was like 5 fingers with 2 of them being thumbs, or it was like 6 fingers. Either way,
Yeah.
it was really creepy looking. I was like, why does this baby look like that?
It's,
What?
It's the hand. I've noticed it's the hands and the teeth that they can't quite get right. So if you want to distinguish, it's
Yeah.
That's where you look, the hands and the teeth.
And then La said AI is taught from stolen art. And I believe it because it's just like, in order for them to create it, it's just a compilation of a bunch of other different artists. So, yeah, that makes sense. It's hard choosing real people for reference. I think I'm weird because there's 5 celebs, famous folks that I would fan cast. My main character fan cast is Nafisa Williams, and her love interests fan casts are Bluey Robinson and this female bodybuilder fitness lady. I mean, that's not weird. I am the weird one. I am the weird one for not having a fan cast. But that's okay. You know, we all live in our truths. So that's who I am. I watch more animations than I do of real people at this point. And anything with real people that I watch, I've already seen before because it's a comfort watch at this point. So, yeah.
I think for this book, the only fan cast I have so far is the god Semyasha, who's the like non-binary god that's the judger of souls, basically. I fan cast Grace Jones just because of the statuesqueness, the attitude, the look, the poise, the even her in Boomerang, you still felt that like magnetic energy, that poise from Grace. So that's the only fan cast for this book so far that I have.
I love that y'all have this. I have like a fan studio where I'm like, if I could get this studio to produce to produce my show into an anime, but that's it. That's it. But that being said, you guys, we are going to get ready to hop back into this next sprint. We're going to start 30 minutes after the hour. This is your reminder to, take care of yourself, breathe, stretch, get some water, step outside, take a breath of fresh air if you need to. Even if you don't want to. I have windows open to let the fresh air in, so I don't have to go outside. But take care of yourself. That's important. Hopefully I'm hoping to be able to hit my word count goal this sprint. So if I do, we'll play it by ear after that if you guys want to keep going. But yeah, that's the goal. That is the goal. My goddess is a shapeshifter that I fan cast as Janelle Monáe, or if I can find a tall lady. Okay. And Leia is back, so welcome back. I hope we are about to jump into the sprint at the top of the half hour. So, just prepare yourself mentally to be productive. Okay, so I'll ask you this, Amanda, because I know that I don't watch stuff, but is there like a director or anything that you have in mind where you're like, if I could get this person to like be in charge, this is the person that I would want to be in charge?
Yeah, well, so for that's an easier question for In the House of Transcendence, just because I would want Katori Hall, who did P Valley, because the book is very heavily influenced by P Valley, or is it? I think it's Cassie Lemon or Kiersey Lemon who did Eve's Bayou. That would be my second choice. For the book I'm working on now, it would be easy to say Jordan Peele, but I want like a black horror director, and he's kind of the one.
He's kind of it right now.
That's it right now. But Nia DaCosta, who did Candyman, would be a second because she did this newer Candyman. But because this is a period piece, this is gothic horror, I need somebody who can live in that gothic horror realm. I would have said Guillermo del Toro, but he's problematic. So I can't go that route.
She said, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to play those games. But, okay. I was just curious. I have to do my research. I will one day. Not going to be today. Probably not going to be this month. But one day. But that being said, it is 2:30 or 30 minutes after the hour, wherever you're at. So we are going to go ahead and jump into this next sprint. Y'all know how this works at this point. 30 minutes on the clock. Chill hop in the background. And when you hear me talk to you again, time is up. So let's do this. Good luck, everyone. All right, you guys, that is it. Sorry, got a little into that one, but that is it. Patty, Sid, have to go to sleep. Thanks again for the helpful writing sprints. Until next time, hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you for sprinting with us, and we will see you next time. But yeah, that is it for that sprint, you guys. Let us know what you did, how you did, all of that good stuff. As for me, I am up to 3,752 words. So I did hit my word count goal. I have to do some math before I can tell you how many words that is. So, calculator. I feel like Dora the Explorer every time I pull up my calculator.
I'm so jealous of your. Today is a struggle writing day, but we're gonna make it through because I only got 180 words that time.
That's fine. Making progress because but also we're at different stages of writing too because when I was writing the first couple of chapters of this book, yeah, I was not getting out numbers like this at all. At all. So, I'm pretty sure I could only do these numbers because I'm towards the big chunk. Like a lot of the setup and stuff have already been done. And I feel like you can weigh in on this, but I feel like setup for the story is the hardest part of writing. It's not the plot, the characters. It's just setting things up so that things can happen, so that the plot can plot and the characters can interact with each other. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's just me though. But yeah, I got 888 words that time. So I crushed it. But yeah.
No, I agree. I think where I'm getting lost is I'm noticing it's a lot of the descriptions and the magical stuff. So where I got lost was trying to figure out exactly what I want purgatory to look like. And it's, do I want it to be... So I initially envisioned it as at the top of this cliff in San Francisco. There was this old hotel called Cliff House. And it was this along the beach. You go up this huge steep cliff, and there was the house, and it had been a hotel and all this stuff throughout the 1800s. And then it was destroyed in 1906. They rebuilt it, and it's closed now, right? But I initially thought, oh, that'd be really beautiful to have this really gothic looking kind of mansion be where purgatory is. But I just couldn't place it, so I basically had to write describe whatever the heck this is gonna look like and fast track to Saphira actually meeting the god, and then I'll come back and fill in those gaps later. But it's just kind of bugging me how much I'm having to... I feel like I'm writing ad-libs or something. How much I'm having to leave notes for myself. So I'm trying not to get down. That's where I'm at.
Gotcha. But you got this. I mean, figuring it out is something that takes time and shifts, and it's literally part of the process, It's just kind of think about when you're writing in the House of Transcendence, it took time to figure out what the house is going to look like and where it was going to be placed and how the burlesque club was going to be, It's one of those things that she has to go to purgatory, but at the end of the day, it's just a place, and the details ultimately can definitely be worked out at a later point. It's just kind of what happens while she's there at purgatory, and her slight movements around the space and stuff, that if that okay, you need her looking to the left, then that when you're designing the space in your mind, it's there has to be something to the left that's going to catch her attention. So I think it's one of those things where if you can fill out the character and how they're moving through the space, that in and of itself creates the space. Kind of like, I know you're not like a nerd like I am, but kind of like when you're playing a video game and you're
Yeah.
moving through it and like your character is creating the map as you're going through the space, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I
It
know that
does.
also doesn't help at this moment because it's frustrating. So you got this though. I believe in you. I do. I
Thank
really
you.
do. Um, let's see here. Let's see here. Law said, I think I finally figured out how I need to finish this book. Only issue is I have no idea how many words I'll need to finish this accurately enough. That's fair. But at least you know what the ending is, so that's half the battle. Cammy said, it's my birthday and I injured my throat yesterday, so I'm taking it easy with the research now. So good on the research, but happy birthday! Like,
Happy
how are
birthday.
you just weren't gonna tell us? That's cool. I see what kind of community this is, Cameo. Happy birthday, man. I hope you had an amazing one. And it is amazing. Because it's Pacific time, so like you still have most of your day ahead of you. I hope you do something to celebrate. Even if it's just like doing something fun. Sorry. I got excited. I get excited about birthdays. They're a big thing in my family. So, happy birthday. I'm not going to sing because I feel like that would be tragic for everyone involved, but I hope it's a gorgeous day for you. Let's see here. Leia said, I did a ton of world building in this sprint. Awesome. Mo said, awesome on hitting your writing goal. Thank you. It definitely took Chelsea a while to ramp up how much she was writing. Yeah, for sure. And Ben can attest to that because at the beginning of this, I was like, I hit 500 words. I should get coffee. And he was like, no. So, let's see here. Kama said, I'm in a similar situation, needing to decide what things look like and maintaining cohesion throughout. Yeah. Relive Listen said, I love the cover. Just checked my email. Hey, I'm glad you like it. So yeah, it's after 2:15. So if you're signed up for my newsletter, the cover for We Are Dying Gods is now in your inbox. So please enjoy. I'm going to do an official cover reveal probably tomorrow sometime. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Yeah. No point sitting on it. La agree with you that descriptions are difficult. And Ben said, if you are struggling to figure out what something should look like, maybe you should think about its function and let that tell you how it will look. So yeah. La said, oh my God, the cover is amazing. I absolutely love it. I'm even more excited for it now. Yay! I'm glad you guys are enjoying the cover. Okay, sorry. Distracted.
It's a gorgeous cover.
Thank you.
It's so beautiful.
Thank you. I'm excited. I feel like Celeste really understood what needed to be done. So I'm really happy with it. I'm really, 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 really happy with it. So, and it was a journey. Amanda knows that it was a journey. Ben knows that it was a journey. But here we are. Here we are. Let's see here. I fought with moving the scene forward, but I was able to knock out 67 more words. Love it. Lots of birthday wishes for Cameo. Ash said, got 175 words this one. Cool. Relive Listen said, I didn't really write too much that round. I was starting to edit too much instead of going with the flow. I'm writing a sci-fi that takes place in space and on Earth-like alternate Earth. Ooh. I love, like, alternate Earth stuff. Like, I don't know. There's just something about, like, what if we had Earth and society, but better? You know? Like, what if these weren't the issues that we had to deal with? But yeah, how are you guys feeling? So, I definitely hit my word count goal for today, but we can keep going and sprinting if you guys are up for it. Just let me know how y'all are feeling. And Amanda, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm good. I want to try to get as much writing done as possible. I've noticed that if I don't front load my writing, I don't get it done. So
That's fair.
waking up and writing first thing in the morning is definitely the move for me. So I'm down to go a little bit more, but even if we're not sprinting, I'm still going to be writing anyway.
So I think we can maybe do another one, but the stream is at 4 hours. So let me know how you guys are feeling, and we'll go from there. I definitely could do at least one more. Let's see here. Relitha said it's hard to write about tech and scientific things. I started doing too much research until I settled on insert device that can insert. I get that. I do. That's one of the things that I'm like, I won't say struggling with, but kind of like aware of with with Lindell's domain, not Lindell, yeah, with Lindell's domain because it has so much more technology. But it's just like this needs to make sense, but also don't ask me how it works. Don't ask me how it works. So trying to figure that out and like make it make sense without getting too technical, because it's also one of those things where I'm like, would Brandy actually know how this works? Like, and I think that's the other thing. Just like writing characters, it's just like not getting caught up in having them explain things that they wouldn't actually know, because it's just like I couldn't explain to you how a cell phone works. It just works. You know.
Well, I think it's also going through the other side. So for me, the thing I'm experiencing is, okay, so Saphira is dead. She's literally a soul, spirit, whatever we want to call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? Because if she ends up going to a place where torture happens, obviously the goal of that torture is to inflict pain. So what does she feel as a spirit, as a soul? You know, is it like they enter this realm and they've shed their, you know, human body, but they kind of move now in this plane, they're kind of back to being a human body, but it's not like a, you don't sleep, you don't have to eat, you don't whatever. Like, I think that's kind of in the back of my mind as I'm writing these scenes, and I think it's because, especially with horror, there can be kind of a impulse to lean on the her heartbeat was racing, or she, you know, had to you know, cover her mouth to stop from breathing too hard. But it's like if her heart's not beating fast, she's not like breathing in that way, what are her reactions here? And so that's kind of, what does a soul and a spirit feel? All of that is just in here.
I see that. Like you've given yourself a unique challenge by taking away the certain senses and like telltale reactions. Now you're like, okay, so how am I going to explain this without the normal relying on the normal reactions? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's a really unique challenge. Like, how would you describe panic without a racing heart and like you said, like I don't know. That's difficult. Good luck with that. I'm glad I didn't do that to myself.
Like, I've already established that she's somebody who does this. Like, she digs her, you clenches her hands so tight that she digs her nails into like the palm of her hands. And so I've already kind of established like this being her anxious, whatever kind of thing. So it's not like I'm gonna be like she's sitting there with her fist clenched the whole time, but that's kind of one non-heartbeat, like biological body related reaction, I guess.
Yeah, I follow you. Giving her something that's not necessarily an involuntary reaction in the sense of like a physiological response. It's just like
Yeah.
a trained response, kind of. I think it'll work. I think it'll work. So, that being said, it's 15 minutes after the hour. So, y'all want to go ahead and jump into this next sprint? Okay. Let's see here. Oh, let's see here. Leia said, love to keep going. La said, could do more. Read. Okay, so definitely doing another sprint. And y'all know how this works by now. So 30 minutes on the clock, chill hop in the background, and when you hear me talking, that means it's done. I think for me, this is going to be the last sprint because I do have some other stuff that I have to get done today. So make sure that you make this one the most productive one that you've ever done. Ready, set, right. Good luck, everybody.
doing, man? We gonna kick a beat or what?
We're gonna kick the beat. We're gonna kick the
Yo,
ill
we'll
beat.
drop it.
right, you guys, that is it for that sprint. So, come on back. Let us know what you did, how you did, all that good stuff. All right.
Okay.
I did pretty good. That was my best sprint so far. I got 943 words, so I'm up to 4,695 words for the day. So, not too bad. Not too bad. What about you?
433 words.
Awesome. Love it. Love the progress for both of us. We are making dents in these projects, ma'am. Do you feel better about what you wrote?
Kind of. I'm basically in the mode of get as much as I can done right now, and then come back and fill it all in before I send to beta readers.
Gotcha.
But if I get lost in the details, I won't keep writing, so.
Makes sense. I mean, I do that honestly a lot. I'm just kind of like, I know that adding details is like my worst trait because I tend to skip over things. And so I know that you and my beta readers are probably going to be like, but Chelsea, what is this? What does this look like? Like, explain what this is. And so I'm hoping, not even hoping, I'm relying a lot on kind of outside feedback to hopefully help guide me in like what needs to be expounded on. So also, I say that to say that like coming back to it in the future will probably help a lot because like you said, you don't want to get lost in the sauce of like explaining things and looking things up and being like, oh, what does this look like for inspiration? And it quickly becomes a rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's yeah, so my thing is like I need to get her over the scene where she's judged and into purgatory so I can start getting through her meeting the different characters, seeing what's happening, and then moving back. You know what I mean? Like we need to meet the other cast. So.
I get you. Well, you got this. That was definitely the last sprint for me. I've been at this since 11 o'clock my time, and it's almost 4. So I'm going to call it. But, of course, you know, you guys live your life the best way that you know how. Let's see here. Law said, I wrote more words, but I'm also struggling with the possibility of having to do some major fixes at some point. Yeah, I feel that. I say like get it down because at the end of the day, it is true that you can edit a bad page. You cannot edit a blank one. So unless those major fixes are going to like deter you from like writing at all, I definitely say go ahead and get it in, get it done. Push through if you can. Cameo said they are picking up speed. Leia said 604 words. Awesome. And Real Listen said made some progress with 239 words. Love it. I'm glad that we are able to be productive together, you guys. Really makes my soul happy. My little soul. Yeah. That being said, that's basically it for me. I'm going to clean up some of the stuff that I've written, send it off to Ben, and if he approves, get ready for beta readers. If you can come in, no one can see you. If you did a beta read for me before, please make sure that you check your email because I did reach out to people to beta read for me for book 2. And yeah, we're gonna we're going to call it here. Thank you guys so much for being here. I will be back tomorrow, same time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, to do more sprints and hopefully be more productive again, whichever. And yeah. If you have any sign off, Amanda, this would be the time.
Oh, snap. Have a good day, y'all. Let's get these words in. I am working towards having this draft done by April 15th, so any encouragement you have, please send it my way. You can find me on all the socials at Amanda the Author Ross, except for Twitter, which is just Amanda the Author. And Amanda the Author Ross is with 2 E's. Twitter, Amanda the Author with 1 E. You can also find links to my books in my social link tree, and I will catch y'all on the interwebs. Follow my YouTube channel. That's it.
Awesome. So, as you guys know, there are links for everything down in the description box below. So if you're looking for a copy of We Are the Origin, or if you want to pre-order We Are Dying Gods, or if you want to pre-order the box for We Are Dying Gods, which comes with a signed hardback, a candle, the ebook, and some extra cool stuff, there's a link down in the description box below. If you haven't already, please go ahead and tap the like button for this video, because it helps the algorithm, guys, and it doesn't hurt you at all. Subscribe to the channel, turn on the notifications so that you don't miss when I go live again. I will be streaming again 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow for more writing sprints, and I will probably continue that until my book is done, and I'm aiming for March 21st. So lots of sprinting up ahead. But yeah, that is it. Amanda's channel is featured on mine, so if you don't want to do all the clicking, searching, head to my channel. Hers is the first one featured on my channel, so get into it, subscribe, and yeah, socials are down below. Patreon is over there in like that corner beneath Amanda, and that's it. Thank you guys for being here, and until next time, I hope your days are lovely and your books are interesting. Bye, you guys.